Hello farmers and welcome back to New Hope on Farming Simulator 25. It's a Tuesday. And yeah, today we're going to be finishing off our harvest, which is going to be very little time consuming. But kind of our main focus a little bit today, maybe try to get the pelletizer haul back up and running. And also we'll be going through winter, selling a lot of stuff because I seem to be in the trend. Pay off loan, take out another loan to try out more things, pay off that loan, take out another loan to try out other things. But we'll see how it goes. First things first, let me come over here. Oh, Sam's over here. Let me go ahead and feed Sam. And I'll get my worker up and going. We got a little bit of more red beet to harvest. Not a whole lot, but a little bit. So we're going to come over here. Where is it? There it is. This is the only field we got to harvest. You can see it's like 90% done. And let's see here. Just hop in here. Fire up the good old engine. And keep going on course play. So we just got a little bit here. And then I will probably do the rest up here myself. Because it's just a little bit of a strip as well. Not a whole lot going on there. But yeah, a whole bunch of winter stuff that we got to sell coming up. And our fields are pretty much prepped and ready to go. Although I do, wait a minute, I do need to plant some wheat and some barley because I want to do a lot of straw for next year to try to recoup some of the money I put down yesterday for the, well, making pellets. The haul, the baler. I think this whole setup cost me like $900 grand to put up. I won't make all my money back, but I hope to make some of it back. So with that harvest going on, let's fire up the Big Roy. Where's the Big Roy? Big Roy is right over here. And we'll go get our drill and start getting some wheat and barley in for today while this is all going on. I'll try to use up some of the pallets I got sitting out here. That was from when I leased the other planter. So I can plant the veggies. No veggies for next year. I think we've done enough veggies. We have done more than enough veggies. Why is that set on grass? I didn't plant grass. Seemed kind of weird. Peas, spinach, lavender, rye, millet. Well, I was on wheat. Okay, barley's next. That's fine. Hello, Bob. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. Let's see. So in order for me to fill this up, I need to come over to here. So it's just a matter of which one are you going to? I think you're going to the one that needs to be filled up. Hopefully I can get rid of most of these pallets. Alright, instead of trying to move this whole system over, that might be close enough, but I'm going to go ahead and move this over like so. Actually, no, I can probably just do this as well. Oh, is that full now? Yes, it is full. It be full. So, let's see, in the big field, do I want to do... Oh, the heck with it. I'm just going to plant barley in the big field. Hello, Jay. Welcome. You need cash, Farming Simulator 25. Yeah, so do I. I got like $900,000 to pay off. And I do want to buy another tractor for the farm. I want to buy a tractor that I can just put on the baler in the pallet haul and just take care of that whole mess. Let me just double check before I plant here. We should be all set for soil sampling, right? Why does that feel that at an 82? That was fertilized. What the heck? Yeah, that seems fine. All right, we're gonna... Oh, I'm on the wrong implement. I'm like, why won't that lower? Because you're on... I was on the air cart, not the drill. That always helps take care of the situation. Hello, Kenneth. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. Let's see. Nearest course. All right, you got that field selected. Great. You go that way. Let's see. Number of headlands. 2 should be fine, really. Overlap. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do that. Generate course. Get the big Roy up through the gears. Once the big Roy gets up through gears, it's fine. All right, and the way they go, 40 minutes to plant that field, which is fine. I got stuff I need to do. Which is unload the beet harvester. Oh yeah, also I want to make sure, I'm going to do it now. Got to make sure that I got water going into the vegetable production. That's very important. Also, I need to go down before we end the month. I need to get some wood into our mills to make sure that keeps up and running. This forage wagon, I mean, it didn't cost me much, so maybe I'll keep it on the farm just for now. I really don't need it. It looks like we got plenty of water. Just make sure I can hear the water still going in. Yeah, that's going in, so I should constantly feed that. Also, let me grab this forage wagon. And I think I'll just park it right in front of the soil sampler because I should not need that again. That is good there, and I'll park the Deutz away. Got to try to keep the yard somewhat clean if I can. Or else I'll get into the habit of just parking everything in the middle, and then I'll have one huge mess everywhere. Alright, into the 1050. The worker almost made it to the end, at least for what they got to do. I just got to do this over here. This crop chaser is a mess. So I need about 300 grand to buy a 350 horsepower tractor, and that's basically just going to be sitting on the baler for the most part. The 1050 can do it just fine, but that's a little rough to get in there. I'm thinking I might buy just a New Holland T8 with just enough horsepower to do it. Of course, I can always... Oh, you're considered done working there? Okay. You don't want to finish that little strip that's there? Well, we'll go grab it. First off, since I got a load in here, I'm going to try to make sure the red beet is all set. Vegetable production is what's going to help us pay off a lot of this stuff that we have. Hello, Crystal. Welcome. I think I've already topped it off in last stream yesterday, but we'll make sure that that's all set there. Alright, get that on in. Yeah, without a modded silo, I'd be up the creek not knowing where to put all this stuff. I remember I bought this as an impulse buy on the used sale item. I was like, I don't think I'll use it that much, and I ended up using it everywhere. Because I thought eventually I would use a semi-truck and trailer in the fields, but that does not work well at all. So this has become the workhorse for that. Let's rinse off the 1050 as well. Alright, that's good enough. And now into the root crop harvester somewhere. There it is. Oh, the combine needs to be unfolded. Plus, doesn't root crop be a complete... Yeah, root crop needs to go into like a bunker silo. If you can even do it that way. I kind of forgot. I think there's modded ones out there for it. So not going to be too concerned if I miss a little bit here and there on the bread beet, because got more than enough to go around. I mean, I'm not going to leave this huge chunk up here. So I did not get a chance to, last night, go try to find my old videos of last time I did the pellets. I'm not sure if I did it in 22, but in 19 I'm sure I did. But I didn't get a chance to go back and look at it, see how it was done back then. But either way, we got it kind of set up for here now. And yet, we already got the crop going in. That's going to give us a lot of straw next year. Well, I say a lot of straw. We're planting crop that will give us straw. So right now, we're going to be planting wheat. Right now, we're planting barley. Then we'll plant wheat in another field. And it's got to be planted in October. November will not allow us to plant any more wheat and barley. Glad I double checked on that, because I'm getting so used to Shamburgo where I can plant wheat and barley in the springtime. I was like, wait a minute, I don't think I can do that here in this map. Just an FYI, I did release a video about an hour ago. My first video on news about Project Motor Racing. So if you're into the whole racing thing and want to know a little bit more about Project Motor Racing, got my first video up about an hour ago. They gave us some in-game footage to use, so we can kind of see what it will be like. You don't remember pellets being in 22 because that's when you started. Wait, left the course? What? Why would you leave the course? Well, alright. Not sure exactly what this is all about. Hello, Uncle John. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Tuesday so far. So I'm guessing you're on your second headland. And I'm not sure why you went off course. Haven't had that problem in ages. Hopefully you're going to go that way. Looks like you are. Alright, can I get back to my root crop harvester? This will be the last time we use this as well. I'm not going to sell any equipment. I'm going to keep the stuff on the farm that, as if I were going to be here for a long time, using it more. So I'm not going to sell stuff like my harvesters. Well, my harvesters I need, but the root crop harvester, I don't plan to use this again to help pay off my loans. And yes, I'm going to be borrowing a little bit more money here in just a second. Let me just go ahead and get this. All right. Trying to reverse, that's why I left the course with multiple tools. Yeah, I understand that, but I have used that setup in that field many times at course play, and I think that's the first time they went off course. That's probably like the 7th time that I've used that setup in that field, and that's the first time they went off course. By the way, I hope all the audio is coming through well. I spent about an hour and a half, 2 hours last night doing some adjustments on OBS, which is my streaming software that I use. And yeah, some things I noticed in the streams that weren't working. So I had to make some changes, and so hopefully everything sounds almost the same or relatively the same. Alright, let me go ahead and... I think my harvesters are both parked in here, so... Open up that door. Yep, they're both over there. Let me go ahead and put... Actually, you know what? Because I'll probably end up using this more. I'll want to park the root crop harvester first. Get that in the corner. Then I'll park this. Sounds good at that end. Alright, so far so good then. Left the course again? I think Frank is just trying to irritate me today. Yeah, I haven't had that problem in any of my fields with that setup. Oh, dude, get off the pressure washer. Every time. Wait, I didn't fold this up here. Let me fold up the combine. And also we'll fold up the header. So, 7 hours. Oh, is this even going to fit in the corner? I may have to put the grain trailer somewhere else, I guess. Kind of forgot how long of a setup this is. Yep. All right, that's not gonna work that way. Well, that's fine. This shed is good for the combines. All right. Interesting. I've had this set up for a few years. now he's done it twice in the same field. I think the game is going to irritate me today because I only slept about an hour and a half last night, so I'm probably going to be a little bit cranky. But when it comes to the Franks, they know how to irritate me. Right, you get back on that. So the Deutz. Let's jump into the Deutz real quick, and we'll get them plowing this field up because veggies and all that. No, that was up. Temporary course. Now, if this worker does anything weird, I'm going to call it a day. 2 headlands is fine. 4% overlap. That all looks well enough for what we're doing here. And just get them started. Pass the start. And go. Alright. They're all set. I realize some of my fields of pH value is kind of bad, but we're only here for one more harvest season, and I don't feel like spreading lime today. Oh yeah, what are my animals doing? Like, so I kind of forgot. I'm pretty sure I checked on them last stream in the day. Oh, they need some feed, and the horses are fine. Any of our horses? No, none of our horses are in the adult stage, so I don't think we will get around to selling any horses in the series, but that's neither here nor there at this point. All right, I need to borrow another 200,000, so we're going to take out a loan, and yeah, we should be able to pay off a lot of this money here, and we'll just do it for 1 year. So now $90,000 is my payment overnight, but I got 350,000. Large tractors, I'm going to grab myself my New Holland. What does that cost me? 334? Just enough. More than enough horsepower to do what we want to do. The baler only requires 350, but I'm going 435. Get the biggest engine in here, because that will allow me to do field work with it if I want to. So let's go ahead and buy that. All right, down to 12 grand. Let's jump into that New Holland. Do I need to bring anything back with me? I don't think so. All right, so yeah, what exactly $1,050,000 is what I owe on the loan. If our vegetable production does what that does, I should be getting like $200,000 to $250,000 a month on that alone. So even though the New Holland TA is my favorite tractor, it's just going to be mostly sitting in the pelletizer hall making pellets. Oh, Frank. What? Why? Why are you doing this to me today? I'm trying to think if Courseplay had an update since the last time I planted the fields, and maybe something has changed in the way it works. Because we've used that in that field many times and not leaving the course. I don't think I'd change any settings myself in Courseplay and how it gets done. I will turn that off. I'll get to making pellets here in just a little while. All right. So I think at this point, I am going to finish off the headland. And then hopefully when it gets going on doing the passes, the rows, it'll do just fine. Once I get used to how the articulated tractor is steering with the equipment behind it, takes me just a second or two. What I mean, I don't see where you would need to reset or turn around anywhere. So you should, you should. We'll see if it does. Plowing is going on. Oh, what I wanted to see, because the one thing about the pelletizing haul, I think it only can have 3 pallets here. I mean, this is a little bit cheesy of what I'm about to do, but if it works, that's fine with me. So we got a universal auto-loading trailer here. Instead of me trying to lift them up and do all that kind of weird stuff, can that pull it through the wall still? We could pull pallets through the wall in 22. Yep, pulls them through the wall. Alright, telehandler. Let's go grab some of our straw bales. That I made in year 1 for the horses. And, yeah, we're just not using them enough. Yes, my horse stable takes straw because they do produce manure. And if I don't have straw for them to produce manure, it's whatever at this point. Not too concerned about it. So we're going to take these straw bales and make them into pellets. And we'll grab 3. Now I'm going to try to load the straw bales on the pelletizer manually, but we'll see how it goes. It was very particular yesterday on how the bales were being put into the pelletizer, aka the Primos. By the way, Uncle John, I don't know if you saw, but I did post a video on Project Motor Racing about an hour ago. of some in-game footage. And Frank left the field again. Alright, so I'm not sure what setting I changed on course play, but something... No, not the telehandler, dude. Let's get into the New Holland. Fire that up. This is very particular about how things go in. Alright, I may put these in manually at this point. That is so tedious. I understand what you're saying, Duke, and I appreciate the helpful hint. But I have not had a problem with that setup planting on fields at all until today. And I haven't changed any settings that I'm aware of. Alright, where are you, dude? We'll see what happens now that the headlands are technically done, if it has an issue. I mean, it may happen again, but at this point, I'm just curious of what it's going to do. Alright, pelletizer stopped. Why would the... Whoops. Wait, what happened? Why? Everything's just going wrong right now. Why did the pelletizer... Okay, how did that get moved? Must be when I attached the New Holland and pulled it forward. I think I'm in the crane, not the New Holland. That's going to be... what? No, engine was on. Boy, I'm just doing everything wrong today. Can I back this up? With that being down, I can. So why did the pelletizers stop? Pelletizer blocked, empty the conveyor. There's nothing on that conveyor. Why? Why? This is not going great at all. Pelletizer blocked. Empty the conveyor. I don't know what's going on there right now. Let me get into the Deutz, because that is done. We'll get rid of that message. So the plow... Yeah, I'm done using the plow. All the fields have been basically plowed. So I don't need the plow anymore. I guess I'll throw it in this shed for today. Yeah, it's going to clip into the top, but that's fine. Oh, Uncle John, I'm having a blast with the pelletizer. By the way, it looks like Frank has finally decided to continue planting that field with no problem. Pelletizer is refilled with 4 bags due to saving sink. So wait, was it... Okay, I kind of remember seeing... That's not where I would need to be. Boy, too many vehicles to tab to. Okay, so those pallets have loaded, I guess. I don't know. Well, let's get some more straw and see what happens. So to summarize, doing pallets of pellets. Not a fan still. Hello, Panther Killer. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Tuesday so far. Now, yes, I do got hay sitting there, and I could make hay pellets, but the hay is for the horses. And since I'm having so much fun doing straw pellets, I don't think I want to get involved with hay pellets. Now, as I said, when we go to harvest next season, of course, we're going to use our other baler that we have, and that is Farmer G's baler. I'm going to make the bales 9 times the capacity, so I don't have as many bales to use or move. Nope, no sheep on this one. We are doing horses. The sheep and goats are on Shamburgo. Wow, look how particular this belt system is on the pelletizer. Come on. There it goes. I think I grabbed... Oh, man. I tried grabbing the bale, and I ended up grabbing the pelletizer to move it, trying to get that lined up. They need to remodel this. I know it may be authentic the way it looks, but they should make this like a chute. So as these little gears slide it forward, it should be almost like into a chute and line it up better. Because babysit this thing like we are is kind of takes the fun out of it. As much fun as it can be. Alright, I'm gonna go grab more straw. Time I come back, I'll see that second bale not actually going in. I do believe these are standard bales here. Let's see, I just want to grab 3 of them, so... Actually, we're going through these bales really quick, too. I guess this is the best series to try out this pelletizing haul, because we got the money just to throw at it. Yes, I do have $1 million loan, but alright, so I still have an issue. The pellets are piling up in the hopper, and that is not sure what to say about this at this point. I'm trying to get the bales kind of lined up. Pelletizer blocked. Empty the conveyor. There is nothing here. I'm wondering if it doesn't realize because I auto-loaded these pallets. I'm starting to think that the game does not know that they're empty, but at the same time, that should have been able to hold 3. Yeah, so my worker planting the field now is doing what it normally does. Okay. Yeah, and that is not taking that bale now. Wow. Well, at least I'm doing it, this for you so you can see how it is, and then you can decide yourself if you want to do this kind of a setup. but I don't know. I like how it says pelletizer blocked, empty the conveyor. Well, one thing I'm going to try to do here is we'll save the game and we'll reload it. And hopefully that will fix the problem. All for some measly little straw pellets. All right. Well, I'm not sure what happened there. Turn that back on. Okay, that seems to be going normally, I think. While that's going, I need to get, whoops, I need to get this guy back up and going. Hello, Lindsay. Welcome. Hope your day is going well. No, I don't want to be in the T8. I want to be in you. But now my New Holland is kind of... Okay, let me detach from that thing. I need to get my New Holland kind of back out of the way of the telehandler so I can just move forward and backward. Alright, so I could have bugged it out by auto-loading from the belts. So maybe it's wise that I don't do that. Although, you know me, I'll probably give another shot to see what happens. Because I'm an idiot and I'll try anything 2 or 3 times. But at least we can see the pallets being spawned and all that. Oh, since I reloaded the game, I gotta make sure I activate the water tanker again at the vegetable production so it constantly unloads water into there. Do you want to grab 4? Sure, why not? The way my luck is going, may as well. Again, we're not making a huge profit turning straw into pellets. We're just trying something out, I guess I'll say new, for the first time in a while. Okay, that's not what we wanted at all. Okay, that one fell down. Alright, we'll get this one on here. Pretty sure I'll argue with it trying to get up there. I wonder if I load the bales this way rather than the way they're going in. No, it looks like there's a... Yeah, so if I try to load them the other way, turn it like 90 degrees, that top bracket's not going to allow it to do so. So I need to put down that bale. Oops. Almost had it. I need to flip this bale. All right, I'm going to try it again just to see if that's what's causing the problem. But we'll auto-load the pallets off. And if it says the conveyor belt is full again, then I'll know not to do that. I need to get this bale out of there. No. Easy does it. Boy, being in this building, it's all might be almost wise to do first person in the vehicle. You can, if you want, to use belts for loading the pellets after made. Well, yeah, but the reason why I got this set up like this, because it just takes forever. Although, I mean, this system's not working the greatest either. Oh, this has moved forward again. What? I lost my train of thought, which that's the way it's going to be today, because like I said, I only slept about 90 minutes last night. I'm not too tired, but things are going to irritate me a little bit more, I think. So we're actually making pellets too fast, it seems like. So I want to put this last... Oh, that turned that off as well. Let's turn that back on. Like, why is that not going? Let me shut that door. Hello, Miles. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. Appreciate you stopping on in for some frustrating farming today on New Hope. I think that's the way it's going to be. I'm just going to keep saying I have new hope that this is going to work out well. Oh, how am I doing on water and molasses in the baler? Oh, not bad at all. We still got, still doing just fine there. That first bale is not lined up properly. It does not want to take it. Come on. Any chance it's this bale causing that one problems? Let me get that bale off for a second. The bale is moving backwards. And it's not because this is not, the hopper's not full, so it's not like it's too full and it can't take it. It's just not lined up. Hello, Soroya? Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly. Welcome. I'm going to reset this bale there and see if it will take it. Okay, so when a pallet is here, that's considered full, I guess. Oh, did it take that bale? Hey, it took that bale. Hooray. Right, let me, put that in through there. Alright, the bags are moving. So yeah, I keep spawning the first one here. So when I auto-load those, I think the pelletizer is seeing them still as being here. I wonder if I were to drive the truck away from there. I don't know. I mean, that could be what's causing the problem. I'm causing the problem myself, and somehow I closed that door. It's all going as planned today. All right, you know what? I'm just gonna go ahead while we're on here. I'm gonna go sell these anyways. Just because. Woohoo! Almost $5 grand. Can't go wrong with that. Only cost me 900 grand. Actually, it cost me more than that now because I bought the New Holland to make the baler run. So now they got rid of those pallets. I'm hoping that it kind of cleared up the XML file, not even show them as there. And let's see, you're doing the hump again. Come on. I'm trying to get that lined up where I wanted it to, but I'll put this one on here just because I think I'm done doing straw bales for the month of October. I need to get down and start cutting up some trees. And I just got out of the telehandler and I'm in here, okay? That's not going to go in, is it? Probably not. Did I restart my seed drill at this point? So much stuff is going on. Actually, we're almost done. We're almost done in that field with the barley. Okay. Alright, so that one spawned the pallet here, not here. Can't you move the XML to where the bale shredder runs faster? I mean, it doesn't matter if I'm making this run faster because we're not using the pellets fast enough. You can see I'm backing up with pellets in here. It can't unload in here because that's full. So making this run faster is not going to help me at all. Again, this is not going to be something I'm going to do anywhere else at this point, obviously. Again, if you want to get into the pellets, even though it's a real pain in the you-know-what, I would avoid the building. I would avoid getting this set up here. And as painful as it is, and if you want to do pellets, I would just say just use the Primos and pick up the straw in the field and make pellets that way at 6 miles an hour. Let me get my Big Roy. I'm going to fill this back up with seed and yeah, might as well top off with fertilizer as well. Let me switch this over to wheat. Crap, I went right by it. There we go. My game seems to be bugging. No, the pelletizer haul is working as I remember it, as for bugging out like that. I remember those pallets of pellets would bug out like that very often. But again, I think I did last time I did it was FS19, so I'm going back a ways. And that's probably the reason why I remember in FS22 you don't do it. Because it's just a pain. But I figured, you know, we're here, A New Hope. I got the money. I'll just dump it in. We'll give it a try. Again, I'm trying to make this series last until Kingley comes out in a few weeks' time. And that's where we're moving to after from here. But yeah, I thought, yeah, we'll give it a try and see if it's better than I remember or what. And so far, it's reminding me why I don't like doing it. Well, I think, Lindsay, have you tried using like an autoloader to take the pallets off the conveyor? Because I think that's where my problem's coming in. Is just because you're teleporting and you see it go on the trailer, that doesn't mean that the game does not think that it's still there on the belt. Oh, good. It took that entire thing. Lovely. I do need to turn around, though, so I can fill this up completely. Okay, that should fill up with seed. You don't have auto loading. I mean, that could be what's causing my problem for those pallets not needing to want to come unload onto the conveyor, because it still thinks they're there. Okay, I'm back down to just under... Oh, no, that's the wrong button. But yeah, I'm just trying to figure some things out, and I'm kind of like testing the whole system at this point. And it's failing every test I do. Alright, so I'm going to use course play like I always do and see if I get the same problem in this field as I just did in the other field. So the one thing we're not going to get, because I did a lot of plowing this year, is not going to get a whole lot of weeds. Two headlands, 5% overlap. Number of round corners. I don't remember seeing that before. So I don't know what my setting was on that. I don't remember seeing that setting before. Alright, back into my hellhole. Alright. Well, for today, I'm going to do that. I guess 2 pallets spawning is better than 3. Darn it, got me in the cage again. And I'm just going to wait until this is empty. I wonder if it'll unload with the engine off. Alright, so what I need to be doing is, where's my 350? There's my 350. And I'm going to park this in here. The trailer, not the tractor. Sharpen headland corner, set it to deactivate. You'll get the same problem. Well, in theory, I shouldn't. Because you can see it's doing round corners. And this time, I didn't see that setting before where it says round corners, number of headlands. It was on 1. I don't remember what that was set for on before. This time I set it on 2, so it should do corners on 2 headlands. So it shouldn't try to back up and do like it was doing it in this field over here. I mean, you might be right. I don't know at this point because I haven't run into this issue before until today. But a whole bunch of issues propping up with what I'm doing. Anywho, while that is going on, I'm going to go down and grab the winch, and we're going to make sure our sawmills and everything that requires wood has wood. Then we'll get to November, where pretty much we just got to start selling stuff throughout winter. And I don't know how much that loan we're going to pay out. We just got a little over $1 million loan to pay off now, but it's going to be pretty much down to nothing by the time we get to spring. If not nothing, it might be all paid off, honestly. I need just about 4 months. So November, December, January, February. Yeah, by the time we get to March, this loan should be... all 3 loans should be paid off easily. Maybe I shouldn't say easily. The way it's going, shouldn't say easily. Hello, Kel's Coded. Welcome. Hope you've been well. How goes? It's going. It's a little rough today so far, but it's going. So I've been dragging trees with a 942 Fendt, but now we got ourselves a 1050 Fendt with dual wheels on it. So I will say, if you're into the racing scene, again, I did release an episode, or I should say an episode, a short video today of Project Motor Racing. That's the racing game that comes out at the end of November, published by Giants. And it's like a 4-minute video I posted, but it shows some in-game footage of the racing, and it looks pretty good from what I can see. I'm hoping, because they're slowly putting out some info on the cars they're going to have. So I'm hoping, I don't want to keep making like a 30-second clip of Project Motor Racing. I kind of want to make like at least a 3 or 4 minute video of some of the cars they might have, if I even get that far in doing so. A little different from the racing that we've been doing on Forza. Yeah, what a difference 100 horsepower and an extra set of 4 wheels will do on dragging wood around. I should have plenty of room to pull into the sawmill, right? I don't think dual wheels on a tractor is going to restrict me from pulling on in there. Plenty of room. Alright, so how much wood we got in here? Oh wow, it was almost out of wood. So this is going to take 2 trees at least. And right now, all of our productions, well, I shouldn't say all of them, most of them, we're just now taking the product and selling it because I'm not making any more houses, no more constructibles. I still need empty pallets and paper and carton rolls for the veggie production. Not a whole lot, but I do need it. So I don't think I got a notification about the pelletizer stopping yet. If it did show up, I missed it, but I'm going to double check on it after I get this top half of the tree in the sawmill. Oh, can I get over that? No, let's not climb the post. Alright, instead of tab and throw the vehicles at this point, I think it'd be better if I just... we'll jump into the truck. Oh, I got 3 pallets out here. Okay, so it's full. And now it's back up and running. I'm just curious, did this unload like everything else kind of does automatically, or... No, it doesn't. Alright. Turn that back off. Yeah, and our combine, wow. Our drill is doing, it did the headlands just fine. And it did go around the corners like it always does anyways. You can see from the previous year how it went around the corners though. It did it better last year than this year. Oh no, last year was peas. So I didn't use this drill. Last year would have been a planter that I used. I don't care that it missed the corners a little bit. Yeah, don't care too much today about it. I'm down to $544 in the bank account. That's not great. Actually, let me load up these pallets. I'll sell them. I'm guessing that door is closing, so I'm picking up a pallet, which is the same button to trigger the door. So let me stand over here. I'm just selling these right now just to get some money in the bank account. That way I don't run out and I don't, I need money to pay the worker. Frank would like to get paid. Oh yeah, and I don't want to forget. Let me grab the Agro Star. Actually, I'm going to grab the this Deutz here, the 8T, and I want to get the water restarted in the veggie production. I mean, I'm not going to run out of water that fast. I just want to get activated. That way, if I sleep through the night, I would run out of water if I did that. So, yep, hear the water running, so we're good. All right, back down to the 1050. Definitely need another tree into the sawmill. And then I'll check on the furniture production, the paper mill, I think that's all I'm giving trees to. So the other good thing about having the New Holland T8 up at the farm, I can keep the fence down here for winter to move trees around. And I could use the T8 to help move some stuff around at the farm if I need to. Paid workers is good. Well, you know the Franks, I'm not sure if they deserve to get paid now and then. Oh, don't want to accidentally delete our tree. Not that it matters. I got plenty of trees around here. Hello, Patrick. Hope you're having a good Tuesday so far. Yeah, I'm also hope that I'm done doing big purchases on the farm. I've paid off my loan 2 different times now, or 3 different times. Now I got another $1 million loan just because. Alright, so that's 33. And the top half of the tree should get me up into the 40,000 bracket. This only holds 50,000. Strap on. Thank you. I think I'll do one more field of wheat when that's done. And then the last 3 fields, one will be oats, and I want to say the other 2 should be rye. I think rye will give us straw. Again, I didn't get a check on anything last night. I was hoping I would be able to. Hello, Logan. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. All right, let me see now how we stand. Carpentry. So, I mean, it does have 2,000 liters. 1/2 of a tree is more than it can take. So I'm going to wait on that. Cement factory. Yeah, I probably should get the stones going. Those greenhouses are good for a while. Paper mill. I should get a tree into that. Let's see. Okay, so the veggie production needs carrots. About 30,000 liters of carrots. And 30,000 liters of peas. Peas and carrots. Wait, what are we out of? We're out of tomatoes. Tomatoes, not much I can do about. All right, let's go cut down a tree, and I'll try to get the bottom half of the tree into the carpentry. Oh, there's plenty of farmhouses that you can just put down as is. We just built them because why not? Right there. Hello, Mighty. Welcome. Everybody watch decides to stream at the same time on a Tuesday. That's the way it goes sometimes, doesn't it? I mean, I usually stream on Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays. At the same time, though. Although I won't be streaming this Thursday. So there's that, and there's that. Hello, Tobias, or Mr. Anderson, if I remember correctly. Hope you've been well. So our pelletizer stopped either because it's full or it ran out of pellets. I'm not sure if carpentry will take this. I may have to cut this in half. Alright, let's cut this in half. That took one of them. I guess I'll just park that right there. How is Frank doing on planting that wheat? All right, almost done. Let me jump into the telehandler. All right, that's why that stopped. It's full. Yeah, that's what's happening. No, I picked up the New Holland. Darn super strength. Need to turn. I need it on, but I need it off at the same time. Or I'm turning super strength back off for now. You know what? And this is fine the way it's sitting. It's not going to hurt nothing. Everything still seems to be fine. And are we out of pellets, actually? Yeah, looks like we're out of pellets. I do have more straw, but I don't really want to do that right now at all. Not at all. My truck, the Mercedes, peas and carrots. Alright, now I just got to find the peas or carrots. I think I said about 30,000 liters a piece. There's the peas. Usually watching Rax because he's normally not streaming at this time. I don't know what his normal times of streaming are. I've yet to catch him streaming when I end mine. Because I have been unable to rate him. I think he's rated me once or twice. Okay, now we'll go grab some carrots. And we got loads of carrots. I actually have two productions for carrots, peas and carrots, and box carrots. Because we got so much of it. Pelletizer's doing better. I'm glad it thinks it is. Oh, I hit the water tanker. Hope that's in the trigger. Okay, still unloading water, so that's all I just want to make sure about. Alright, we're going to go grab the big Roy, and we're going to plant another field of wheat. Let's go grab you. I got plenty of seed. I'm not sure about fertilizer, though. You're starting to make some live streams and some videos here on YouTube now as well. Alright, some more wheat for some more straw so we can have more fun next year with making some straw pellets. So we'll get this planted. This will be the end of planting for fall. We'll plant the oats and the rye. I hope I'm correct on rye making straw in springtime. Oh, I need to feed the chickens. Chickens require some sorghum. Get away from all the madness for a bit and just kind of cruise around a field planting some wheat. Although I probably picked the worst field for me to do it in because this hill to our right, the big Roy can kind of struggle going uphill because it lacks the traction a little bit. See how we go up the hill here. Yeah, she's got to find the right gear. Wonder how... Well, the fence is down. That's right. Let the fence down in town. Alright, so maybe what I'll do is, instead of trying to go up and down the field, I'll start planting the field this way, in this direction. That way I want the hill to go up. But I need to get some of the headlands done. Yeah, there is a mod out... Well... I don't know if it's an FS25, but there has been mods out there before where, yes, everything that you harvest from, you can get straw from, but I don't. If I get it, I get it. If I don't, I don't. I think we were seeing how much fun I was having with the pelletizer earlier, so I'm not going to cry about it if I plant the rye and go, oh, that didn't give me straw. I'm not going to be too worried about it. I think the millet is like sorghum, and I think the rye is like oats. Actually, no, I'm kind of going right here. I'm gonna plant wheat here. because that is a wheat field, after all. So pretty soon here, we're going to be going to bed, and we're going to wake up somewhere around negative $90,000 in the bank account. But don't you worry, we're probably gonna sell like 300 grand, $350,000 worth of material in November. And yeah, the majority of that money that's going to be taken overnight does go towards the loans. All right, down to 30% fertilizer. I feel like I'm going to come up just short on the fertilizer. And the good thing is, I only got $3,000 left in the bank account. I mean, I got stuff I can sell now, if I'm that desperate. See, is lights going to help me here? No side lights on the big, I almost call it the Big Bud, the Big Roy. So by going this way, of course, we're avoiding having to go up the hill. So it's not going to slow me down too much. At least it shouldn't. So next year, while we're harvesting, I probably will use both harvesters. So that means with only one baler. Maybe I'll lease another baler. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, we'll have a worker follow the harvester and bale up the straw as we go along. I do own a baler. But if I get both going, like I said, probably leasing another baler. Just, I mean, we'll have more than enough cash, unless unless I want to test something else out and spend it all. But yeah, I could lease another baler, and that way I don't have to go around baling afterwards. Hello, Silver Tiger. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. There's a storage shed for the pallets. So here's the thing, Lindsay, because I don't know where it is. I didn't look at it. No, I can't do that because it's not considered a production building. I was going to say, if I get the storage building, will the pallets of pellets that come off the conveyor belt or go onto the conveyor belt, will they get teleported to the storage shed? But since it's not a production building, I'm guessing it doesn't. So for future reference, in the future when I'm playing Farming Simulator 25, and I say, you know what, it's been about a year or a year and a half or whatever, let's try doing some pellets. Just tell me no, please. Once is enough. I'd rather do another pea harvest than do pallets, I think. But since we just did a pea harvest, I'm not in a rush to do that either. Crystal's always here. She's always doing chores in the background. Hello, Nate. Welcome. I need to give Crystal my address so she can come and get my house cleaned up for the winter time. And that's probably what I'll be doing on Thursday. When I usually stream on Thursday, but I don't want to say lack of games because there's always games to play. But since we're kind of done with Roadcraft until an update comes out for that, I'm also waiting for some more updates on what was the game I tried? Noble Legacy. We tried that about a month and a half ago or 2 months ago, and it's not bad for about an hour, 2 hours worth of gameplay, but then it had a lot of things that needed to be taken care of. They did have an update, but I didn't, in the patch notes, I didn't see where, I mean, they did address some issues, but I didn't see where it's worth us getting back into streaming that as of yet. But yeah, I do need, tomorrow I'm out of town. Wait, what's today? Today's Tuesday. Yeah, tomorrow I'm out of town. And then Thursday I need to get some housework done because winter is fast approaching. And I really haven't gotten my outside work done. I really haven't gotten to it at all, really, which sucks. But I should be back streaming on Friday, and I think probably might be doing some racing on Friday. I know racing is not everyone's cup of tea, but then again, farming is not everyone's cup of tea either. All right, 15% left on fertilizer, so I think I'll get this field done without having to refill up with fertilizer. The only field that should have weeds in it is the barley field. So November, we'll have to kill weeds in that one. But since I plowed all the other fields, should get no weeds this year. Definitely will cut down the work I got to do in the springtime because we'll have all the big fields pretty much planted. So. All right. Go put this away until next March. Which we might get to March in this stream, but I don't think I'll get to time to plant. I keep thinking, we just got winter. But as you know, selling stuff, it takes a while. But yeah, but now we got the Mercedes truck, though. It's not as bad as it used to be when I used to go down with a tractor and we were carrying like half the pallets that we could, and the tractor wasn't always getting up to top speed. The truck doesn't get up to top speed either, but definitely has a lot more horsepower. We can carry more, too. Let me go ahead and set this on oats. I can plant rye with this, right? Yes, I can plant rye with it. But I'll get that set on oats, get ready for spring planting. Appreciate everyone being here, watching me do some farming on New Hope. As you can see, we're in year number 11. Money may not look good, but the farm is making actually a good amount of money per month. And I do play on hard economy just to make that as an underliner there. Project Motor Racing is due out November 25th. And I don't know if you heard, Bob, but I did release a short clip today on Project Motor Racing, my first video on it. We actually got some actual in-game footage of Project Motor Racing. And that's what I posted earlier today. It's like a 4-minute video I only posted, so it's not too long. I'll grab the Agro Star, and we'll grab our trailer, which should be in there somewhere. Fill that up with some sorghum and bring that down to the chickens. If you go back about 4 streams ago, I got way more equipment on the farm. I spent a lot of money the last 4 streams. A lot of money. Probably like 3 or 4 million. Maybe even more than that. I keep paying off my loans and be like, you know what? Let's go ahead and add this to the farm. Do you want to wait for the money to come in? Or now we'll just take out a loan. Why not? Playing on a map, the Alp. Is that the map that came out in FS22? It was mostly like grass fields, or is that the Alps? Or am I got that completely all? I probably had that all wrong. I'm just going to fill this up with sorghum because we got a lot of sorghum. Alright, chickens, here I come with your feed. Now, the eggs are probably a decent price right now, but I'm just going to wait until November. We'll go on a selling spree and throw a lot of money at the bank. Alright, now she just auto-unload as they need it. Hello, Arctic. Welcome. Turn on super strength. Turn off super strength. Alright. I think we're all set. No more pallets there, right? We'll leave the doors open there. Alright, so let me just double check on some stuff. Alright, so the chickens, we fed them, took care of their eggs, they're fine. The horses, they got plenty of feed. Straw, manure is getting kind of full, but that's not really a big thing. So carpentry, we got that with wood in there, so that's constantly making furniture. Cement factory, oh yeah, I probably got to turn on the belt. And we got the veggie productions running. They're good. Paper mill. Oh, I did not bring a tree to the paper mill, but I think that's good for another month. Sawmill is doing good. Vegetables. Just making sure that we got everything that we kind of need there. It looks full enough. And pallets, we're fine there. Am I going to stream Bus Bound? I don't know. I really can't get into those bus sims. I've tried a couple, and it's fun for like the first 5 or 10 minutes for me, and then it just goes quickly south for me. So I don't know. I know I got an email from Saber about it, and that was I kind of looked at it. I don't know. I have to see. Have to see how it is. And how are we? Well, we are good enough, I think, to go to bed. That would annoy me as a weather station. I would definitely not put that anywhere near my house. Or any place I would ever be around, because that noise would just bug me. November, we will sleep till 9 because it's November. Enough said. So yeah, we should wake up about negative like 80 or 85, $90,000 in the bank account. Scrambled eggs? No, negative 115,000. Okay. No, the chickens lay hard-boiled eggs, so they're all good. Okay, drop off that trailer. The first thing we're going to sell is the stuff from the veggie production, because that will definitely give me more than enough money. And that'll allow me to grab the Deutz and get a weed sprayer. I should have weeds in that field only. Yes, plenty of weeds there, but no weeds here or here. And let me put the time scale at ×5 because Yeah, you can see it's still kind of... The sun's not really up yet, 9 o'clock in the morning. We got more pallets. Just got to wait for them to be delivered out here. Should get 3 full rows on the semi-trailer here. So it can only display 5 items on the right. We probably got more than what's showing here. Let's see, we got 15,000 liters of beetroot soup, 20,000 liters of peas and carrots, 19,000 liters of chili tomato salad, 18,000 liters of parsnip soup, and 34,000 liters of carrot boxes. Should be about $225,000 of material on here, depending on prices and all that. You know it's still dark out when the lights are still on. So before I pay back any money to the bank, we'll get everything sold and see what I got left. Almost forgot what sell point I was going to. All right, 217,000, so it's pretty close. But now I'm back up to 126. But like I said, I probably owe like $925,000 to the bank still. All right, so the next thing I'm going to sell are the eggs because their spawn point is probably almost full. And plus I got that whole pile of eggs over there. I'm not really going to look at the price because it's November. That's the peak time to sell it, and whatever it is, it is. So if you've been away for a while, but we're kind of here at the beginning, I wanted to build a community over here of constructible houses, and I got 4 of them built. It took a while to get the first one down, and the last 2 went relatively quick. But since we are leaving the map here in a couple of weeks, I've decided not to do any more houses because I wanted to try a couple things, like doing pellets, which has gone well. All right, let's pick up this mess. And instead of trying to get into this little cubby corner of a area here, we're just going to... Yes, ladies, I'm taking your eggs. Thank you very much for your hard work and effort. Before I do that, though, let me get into... Wow, so many tractors and stuff now. Yeah, let me get into you. Water's still running, right? Yes, water is still running. Alright, we're going to go grab our sprayer and get a worker to spray the weeds. So yeah, eventually when I do get to King Lay, as I mentioned, I kind of want to keep it to a small-ish type farm. I want to use the JCB tractors that will be part of the DLC. Hopefully I'll get to use some of the Mercedes tractors as well. And we'll be looking at doing some onions, of course. I don't know how much of the onions I want to do. But we'll see. That's the wrong button. That's the button I want. Field work, yes. 2 headlands, 4% overlap. That's fine. All right, get to work, and it's only going to take you 27 minutes to do that. All right, back into the truck. That trailer is sitting in an awkward position, but are you feeding the chickens? Yeah, it is taking the feed from there. They're still at 20,000 liters. 55,000 liters of eggs. I got more room on the semi, so I think I'm going to go up to the veggie production, because I don't think I'll fill up the trailer all the way, but might as well make my trips count. Yeah, as I said, I don't think I'll be selling any more. Well, depending, I mean, I don't know if I'll go beyond past next year, but as it stands, I'm not sure we'll be selling any more horses. Although the horses did us pretty well on the series with the mod that increases the value of the horses. We've actually made money off them, I do believe. Got to get like right next to them, that way I can grab the back row as well. So that was all peas and carrots that we just loaded. Should have some more though. Well, if that's the only 2 that are left, I think we will throw them on somewhere. And I will have to make sure that the veggie production is full of everything that it needs so it can keep on producing like it does. Alright, so that's everything at the farm that needs to be brought down to town to be sold. So we'll go, after selling this, we'll grab the cement production stuff, sell that, and then we'll go grab the stuff from the sawmill, sell that. May not go grab the furniture and the paper rolls because this usually doesn't make it that much. So I can go a few more months before I sell that. So usually if I got a full trailer load of material, that's like 200 and some odd thousand and change. So we should be able to at least pay back one of the loans complete. Oh yeah, probably the eggs, because they're probably not worth as much as everything else. But still, that was 200 grand. Let's see, so I got 326. Let's pay back this one right here in full. 320,000. So I got enough to do it, but I'm going to be selling some more stuff here in just a moment. So special redemption. So we got to pay back 320,833. So now we just owe 640,000. Oh, I forgot to activate this. Did I run out of stone? No, we didn't run out of stone, so didn't matter too much, I guess. Can't quite reach the one in the back, huh? I get some money back in my account before my worker takes it all on me. Alright, so about $28,000 of cement production stuff. And this should be about maybe $30,000 worth of material here, maybe. Let's see, what else? I gotta check my stock market page, because there's probably some stuff I got in storage that I'm not mixing anything for crops. Oh, sunflowers, but that'll be in March. So that was actually better than I thought. That was $48,000 worth of material. All right. Let's see, what do we got here? Parsnips, we use peas, we use pig food. I could sell some pig food. That's $100,000 worth. Oh yeah, and I probably got to get rid of, well, the organic waste. Where is that organic waste? I got 104,000 liters of organic waste, but it's only worth $2,000. So I'll just probably just keep that into the silo, because who cares? Sunflowers, got to wait on that. So yeah, pig food I could go sell. And I probably got to be a good idea, because I can empty out the veggie production. How's that doing? Yeah, I got to make sure I empty that out, because I kind of forget about that, and that will stop production quite a bit. So we'll empty out the pig food out of the veggie production, take the rest out of the silo, we'll sell that, and then I'll go back up, we'll empty out the organic waste out of the veggie production, just dump that into the silo. Actually, can I put... I don't have an option for organic waste over here. I cannot put that on direct sale. because that's a byproduct, not a product we're making, but that's a byproduct. Oh well, not a big deal.
Hello, farmers. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
I may call that woman Cindy. Because you guys said she never says anything. I'll say that's Cindy that says like and subscribe. Let me drop this off here. Be a good spot for it, I guess. Alright, you know what? Actually, let me empty out the veggie production first, because that way, when its trailer's got pig food in it, I won't have to scroll through on the silo to find the pig food. It'll be easier. Let's see. Are you just starting a row, or are you almost finishing over there spraying for weeds? Don't know which way it goes when it's doing weed prevention. While it's filling up, let's have a look. Alright, so you're just kind of getting started. Well, you did the headlands. Actually, I think you're still doing the headlands. So I think I got you doing 2 headlands. It's getting the work done. That's all that matters. Let's see. Since I got the trailer down there, maybe I should sell the wood chips. Because I don't think I'll be bringing the trailer down in December. See what the price is. See what I would get today and what I would get if I sold it, as we know, in late December, early January. That's a big truck for a shadow. Looks humongous that way. So pig food is just a byproduct of stuff that we're making in the vegetable production. Probably all the scraps and everything from the carrots, parsnips, peas. Just mix it together and we get pig food, I guess. $190,000. Is that enough to pay off another loan? It is. $183,333. So that leaves us with the one loan of $458,333. Our monthly payment is not $90,000. That'll be corrected next month. Not sure what it would be, but I'm guessing it'll be half. Oh, simple enough. It's right there. It'll be $43,083 overnight. that I have to pay. But as you can see, that $1 million that we owed, we're getting down there rather quick. Oh yeah, wood chips, wood chips, wood chips. All right, wood chips. If I sold them today, I would get 20,000, and if I waited, I would get 26.5. Well, I guess I'm gonna wait. I mean, 6,000 is 6,000, so I'll wait. But I do need to go up and empty out. I don't want to forget about the organic waste in the veggie production. And then while we're still spraying weeds, or at least Frank is still spraying weeds, we're going to grab our 1050 Fent, and we're going to go grab a tree or two for the paper mill. At least the farmyard is somewhat picked up. It's not too messy around here for the end of the year. And already, look at all the pallets that have spawned and since I sold them all just a little while ago. I mean, it makes sense. You see me bring down a trailer and a half of pallets every month. It's not surprisingly that the spawn point fills up that quick. I think we got 5 or 6 productions going in there. All right, let me just park this over here. I'll feed Sam. Keep Crystal happy that I keep feeding Sam. Yes, the 1050. No, that's my mail truck. Where's my 1050? There's my 1050. Can this log go into the carpentry? Nope, it's too big. Yeah, I don't think I need to plant any more trees either, because I'm not going to be here for 2 more years, and I got tons of trees just waiting to be cut anyways. I have never got to the 4th row, and I never got to deliver this top half of the tree, which I probably said was going to go to the paper mill, and didn't get to it last month because I, like a moron, forgot. Alright, so 5,600. That should be enough to pay my worker to finish weeding that field. Should I say, don't knock my furniture all around, but I guess it wouldn't matter. Ooh, can I get through here with a dual wheel tractor? Yeah, I can. Though getting the tree actually in the trigger might be another thing. And didn't run out of wood in the paper mill, so that's good. Looks like it's using about 10,000 liters of wood per month. Ooh. I am hitting the mailbox on the side of the building. Alright, there we go. So 1 tree into the paper mill. Maybe I'll cut another one and keep the sawmill. The sawmill goes to roughly about a tree per month. So we'll get that in there. So maybe what we'll avoid is if it does snow, I won't have to do any deliveries of dragging trees in the snow. Alright, hook up to you. And again, the reason why I cut the tree in half is because this winch can handle 8.6 tons. And the problem is with the oak trees, when I cut them down, they're 8.8 tons. So I'm 0.2 tons over the weight limit of the winch. So that's why we cut it in half. If I were to cut the tree a little bit higher, then I could drag an entire tree, but you know, you got to get the max that you can, right? I'm guessing this is going to work out rather well. I'm probably going to get done delivering the next tree to the sawmill. When I get done with that, that's probably when our worker will be done spraying for the weeds. This is kind of like what the trees looked like where I live about a week and a half ago, where the leaves have all changed, but in the past few days we've had a lot of wind, and well, there's no more leaves on the trees. They're all gone, basically. Majority of them are, anyways. Okay, I think that said 35,000 liters, so that's good for about at least 3 months, maybe almost 4. So that'll go into the springtime, no problem. But the way I'm paying off the loan that we started off today with, by the time I get to springtime, I should have a decent amount of money in the bank account that's ours, because the loan will be paid off. I think. Just fall over already. Thank you. No, no. The rest of the trees didn't want to move when I was hitching up to them. You stop moving around. It's not necessary. What? I'm like a turtle on its back right now. That's not supposed to happen. I think the dual wheels were actually stopping me from flipping back over upright. I think if it was just a wide tires or regular tires, it would have, if I kept spinning around, it would have uprighted itself. I think the dual wheels were stopping it from doing so. Oh, wait a minute, I'm not going there. No, this is going to the sawmill. Alright, this tree does not want to go to the sawmill, apparently. But you're going to get in there one way or another. If I got to carry you myself, I'll get you in there. So what do we got here? Yeah, 30,000. Alright, so the top half of the tree will bring it over here, but it may not take it. It'll be marginal. If it does take it, it's going to be pretty close to 50,000 liters. And look at that. My worker is done spraying the weeds. Bob, we're going to be doing a whole bunch of straw pellets next season. That's why we're planting the wheat, barley, all the crops that give us straw so we can do more straw pellets. But I'm not going to be selling anything anyways to pay out the loan or anything. We don't need to be doing that. We got enough material that's being made to take care of the loan. I think it just knocked over my planter, but it uprighted itself. But what a big difference between the 1050 Fendt and the 942 Fendt. Obviously the horsepower and the dual wheels are also is what's making the huge difference from dragging trees around. $10.50, it's almost like it doesn't even know it's even back there. Alright, you're gonna take it? No you won't. And somehow I hit that button, which I don't want to do. Nope, it's too much. All right, into the Deutz, and we'll put the See and Spot weed sprayer away. Let's get off the field. And yeah, I think I'm done with November. We'll double check on some things. Hello, Eugene. Welcome. You're doing good today. Subscribe and gave me a thumbs up today. Very much appreciated. Thank you so much. I'm glad you're enjoying what you are seeing. Let's go ahead and we'll park this where we got it from. So probably the last time I used this here. But yeah, I'm not going to be selling stuff, even though I'm not going to use it again. It's not something I usually do in my farms, unless I kind of plan on taking money to the next farm. But I rarely ever do that. Maybe once every edition of Farm Sim, I'll do that. Okay, I know the chickens are fed because we got the trailer down there. Horses are fine. Oh, yes, veggie production. I got to make sure that's got what it needs here. Red beet, that's not going through it that much. 30,000 liters of peas, parsnips, and we're almost out of carrots. Wait, how many carrots can it hold? 60. All right, so 60,000 liters of carrots, 30,000 liters of peas and parsnips. Do the carrots first because it's almost out. I mean, a few minutes ain't going to matter at this point, but we'll do that first. All right, carrots. Where are the carrots? I wish this was a drop-down menu. I know with base game silos, you don't have to go through all this material that's in here. But when you get to like modded silos, it'd be nice if it had like a drop-down menu. We can hit like a down arrow, and it all shows up. You just got to click on one. Trying to scroll through about 30 or 40 items. Or at least not show where you got nothing in the silo. It should just show the material that you have. One or the other would be nice. I know I'm being picky about that. Watch out for your water tanker. I'm not quite in the... I'm sort of in the trigger, but not. So if I just make sure I wiggle it around this way. Well, actually, I would actually prefer the drop-down menu only because... Yeah, you may be going to your silo for a particular crop, but at least with a drop-down menu, if you're looking for a particular crop, you may also see something like, oh, I didn't know I had 20,000 liters of oats still in the silo. I mean, there's a lot of other ways to check it, but it would just be nice to just remind you in a way. So 30,000 liters of parsnips. I wonder if I can get this so I won't have to back up. You hit your water tanker though. While it's unloading is the water tanker. That water tanker is still running, so that will keep the I'll keep the veggie production going. Peas. Peas are next. Although I probably should check to see how much water is left in the tanker. Where are the peas? I must have gone past the peas already once. Sam walking around by the house. Let's see, I got the Deutz. I can put the Deutz on the water tanker just to be sure that we got water for the veggie production. As we saw, we don't want that running out of water for as much money that thing brings in per month. Might as well park this right here. And yes, let's grab the Deutz 8 TTV and get that on the water tanker. That way I can see how much water is left in it. And if it needs water, we can go grab it. Actually, it's got plenty of water in it. I'm trying to figure out a way to park this so I got more room and I won't hit it. Yeah, we can hear the water running, so it's all good. I think I did everything. The only thing I probably will do just to be sure is, although I just did it. All right, back up to here. Yes, I think we're all set. 70 degrees November. Well, you only get to use the pool one more time until next spring, so. Oh, it doesn't splash. It does once I'm in the pool, but it doesn't splash when you jump into it. Since I never change clothes, it'd be good just to wash it off anyways. Do some laps. Alright, I'm clean enough. Maybe not dry enough, but we're going to go to bed in our clothes as well. Boy, playing in third person just feels weird. Yeah, we'll sleep till 9 because it'll be December, so it's probably going to be darker than it was in November when we wake up. So probably negative $50,000 in our bank account. But we paid off 2 of the loans. Negative 72. Okay. First things first, let me come down here to the chickens. And just move the eggs out of there so we got more that can spawn later. All right, and then we will get into our semi. Grab the flatbed. Maybe I will use, I forgot how many straw bales we got left over in the barn, or the shed. Maybe we'll do the rest of those bales in the winter time here. So again, this should be 200 grand being loaded onto this trailer. All right, that's all I can grab. Shouldn't say all. That's a pretty good load right there. I don't think lights are going to help out too much. Well, we know where the bridge is. I mean, it's not a bad idea to put the lights up. I just wish you could probably modded ones out there for decoration lights where you can just leave on all the time. Because when the game says it's daylight, the lights will go off, and of course when it's nighttime, the lights come on. I remember checking the light posts when I put them down and found out they weren't on 24/7, which made sense. I walked up to the light post and looked at the helper menu to see if there was an option for them to be on all the time, and I couldn't find one. So I may not sell everything, like the sawmill and the cement products. I may skip a month here. But there we go. That was 274,000. That was 300 grand. So again, I'm not maximizing the profits out of this vegetable production. I'm not looking at, is it a good month to sell this, a good month to sell that. We're just grabbing and selling it because, yeah, the vegetable production is OP in my opinion. Although you do gotta spend a lot of money to put down the vegetable production, the empty pallet production, and also the paper mill. The paper mill is like 500 grand for that production. You need those three productions to use the vegetable production to its max. So I kind of get where you make good money off of it because you got to spend a lot of money for those three productions. And not only that, though, you also, I'm thinking about the productions alone. Being a vegetable production building, of course, you're going to need a vegetable harvester and planter and all that. So, yeah, a lot of money goes into getting where we're seeing the benefits from it. So all that harvesting we did this past year, that took us quite a while to get done. We're seeing the benefits from it now, of course. Alrighty, let's go deliver this. I don't think I'll sell enough in December to pay off the final loan. I think the final loan was 400 grand. Was it 400 grand? Seems like it. Wood chips. I gotta see what the price is of wood chips in December. As we know from Riverbend Springs, back about a year ago now, wood chips probably best to sell somewhere around midnight at the new year, going into January. Usually maxes out overnight, but since I've not been maxing my money currently, we may just sell it now. We'll see what the price difference is. But it looks like we'll have the loan paid off in January. So that was another $135,000. I'll have a look at the loan, but I think the loan, what I had left on it was like 400 grand plus. All right, we'll drop off the low loader, grab the trailer. Let's see here. Stock market page. Wood chips. Selling for 506. If I sell it now, I get 27,000. And if I wait for the max price, I would get 29. So we're talking only like $1,800 difference right now. I think what I'll do is I'll bring the trailer down. We'll get the wood chips in the trailer. But we're going to come back up here. We're going to grab the rest of our straw bales that we have in storage. And I will struggle to make pellets, basically. We'll get through the bales that we have. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to do on this series, because obviously with the loan getting paid off here very soon, and I will start stockpiling money once again. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that we should look at on this series. Because obviously when I get to Kingley, we're going to be looking at the fishing and the onions and the new tractors. So I'm not going to really have time to experiment with other things that have been out for a while. While we're here, take that tree. Thank you very much. Yeah, that loan. How much is left on the loan? 416. I'll throw 300,000 at it, because why not? Again, if I went around, well, maybe not. I don't think I have enough sawmill products or cement products. I probably got like a lot of paper rolls, though. What's the paper roll? Is it paper roll? Paper roll. I got $31,000 of paper roll. And carton roll, I got, oh, so that's like 60 grand. And then I would have furniture at 13. So that's like 70 grand. Which would get me up to 140. I could pay out the loan. And I'm going to be selling the wood chips. Alright, but it's not really much of a rush, is it? Alright, where is my... Well, I know where it is. Alright, so that's right over there. Let's fire this up. Turn off super strength, because in here that's dangerous. So is that. Alright, so it's time for a little bit of punishment by doing some more straw pellets. I think I got about 7 more bales. Just a stack. Yeah, so 7 more bales. So we'll grab 3, then come back and grab the next 4. A $5 property maintenance charge. Gotta love that. $0.50 for the stamp to send a $5 check. Probably all auto payments by this point. Of course, before we end the month, we'll have to refill the vegetable production again. Oh, wait a minute. I gotta go... Oh, no, I'm far enough over. Don't you have hay bales in the grass field? No, I don't have any bales of hay in the grass field. I do got bales of hay, but those are for the horses. I'm not going to get involved in doing hay bales. I think I'm going to suffer enough doing the straw bales. Please tell me that's lined up enough to go on in. Ooh, I think I auto clipped, so it's doing it. Yep, we're getting pellets. So I'm also noticing there's like a little, you can see that, whoop, I don't want to jump too high. You can see you got like that little brace going up. I think if I drop the bale enough and let the brace drop the bale, or hold the bale in place, that's what I want to do. No, it just clips right through it. No, it's clipping right through it. Well, let's see if the pallets get pushed over to the conveyor belt. Well, looks like that bale went right on in. 2 in a row. Something weird's happening here. Alright. Go grab the next four, and hopefully when I come back, that third one goes on in. Now, all the hay bales I got are stored there, but those are for the horses. And I don't want to use them up, and I don't want to cut any more grass and do grass bales. Only because I do it enough on Shamburgo. And I don't want to do too much grass cutting here if I don't have to. Someday on Shamburgo, I'll probably stop doing grass / silage bales there, but that series needs it. I don't have that many productions making me loads of money yet. Well, not that I want loads of productions on that series. Alright, so the question is, did that third straw bale go into the baler? Yes, it did. Now, the last time I used this setup, and I think it was an FS19, you could stack the bales this high, and when it went to the right and it took them, the bales would drop and they would just keep taking it one at a time. Doesn't quite seem to work in 25. Well, I think we got ourselves a stuck bale. So my luck ran out. Oh, wait. It's going. I think. I think it corrected itself. Oh, no. I saw auto snap. So I am trying to use that bracket that comes up as a drop-off point. Definitely got to leave the doors open on a building like this, because with all the engines running in here, if you had all the doors shut, it's not good for your health. So did I figure out exactly where to drop the bales for them to keep getting accepted? Because it seems to be working. No, too far. Right about there should work, I think. So again, when I do straw bales next year, these are standard bales. But now I got Farmer G's baler. I've had it for a while. And for the straw bales, I'm going to do 9 times the capacity. So the bales will look just like this, but the capacity will be 9 times as much, so they'll be processing a lot more liters per bale. Oh, better go move those. Alright, so hopefully the door won't keep opening and closing when I do this. Trying to stay away from the door as I pick them up by hand. Turn off super strength so I don't accidentally grab a tractor. Are we getting too full in the baler? No, we're not. Alright, the hopper of the building is full, so that's why we're starting to stockpile the pellets in the Primos. I think once... Alright, so we're through all the bales, so I'm going to turn off the tractor. No sense of sitting there having it run. And I can just unload the pellets some other time. I mean, there's not a whole lot in there. So currently for straw pellets, how much do we have sitting outside? Well, it's not a whole lot. But I got straw pellets, I got $4,000 worth. It's all good. Unfortunately, like, speeding up time is not going to make this production run faster. But I need to get through the day, so that's gonna get through at its own pace. Let me get back on down to you. And again, I'm not too concerned about paying off the loan in December. I'm just going to wait till we get more of that material. Waiting another month is not going to matter too much. Alright, I'm going to go sell these wood chips, so I'm not going to wait until like midnight and like, oh, peak price. We're not at that stage in this series. This part of the series, we're pretty much like, good enough. Because I thought we'd be paying off the loan by February, and technically I could do it in December, but as I said, there's no rush to pay it off, really. Alright, so what I need to do though is go back up to the farm and do what we just did in November, is make sure that we got peas, carrots, parsnips, and red beet loaded into the veggie production. So, yep, we got the fog still here, but as you can see, the lights on the bridge are not on because it's technically daytime. Luckily, I can see the bridge, barely, but I can just make it across. All right, let's see what we have here. 60,000 liters of carrots. And I'm going to say 25,000 liters of parsnips and peas and red beets. Oh, goody. Peas. All right, we'll take the peas first, since they're there. Then once this is all done, we are all set for the month. I'm just getting to the trigger. How are we doing on the pallets? That's the second pallet being moved over, so it's got room for another one. Parsnips. I don't think I'm going to go through all the parsnips we have in stock by the end of the series, but that's okay, I guess. Oh, I'm not hitting nothing. Nah. There's nothing there. Collision is just a little bit too much, I guess. There's some parsnips. Carrots, so 60,000 liters of that. The parsnips aren't worth a parsnip. I mean, I can show you what they're worth for how much I have, but no, they're like sugar beet or something like that. They're like $250, $300 per 1,000. I think. I'm like 85% sure about that. Man, that hitbox is just a little bit too big. Yeah, so while this is unloading, if I go to here, parsnips. So I got 650,000 liters. Currently, if I sold it, so right now it's at its peak price. If I sold those parsnips, I would get 100 grand for it. So on hard economy, the max price is 150 on parsnips. Now you look at parsnip soup, which I'm only really adding water and empty pallets and some carton. You can see for 1,000 liters, I'm getting $1,657. Maximum about $17.28 per 1,000 liters. So I mean, 100,000 is 100,000. But I'm really not, for this series, I'm not ending the series saying, oh, the goal is to get up to a certain amount of money in the bank account. I need red beet next. Uh-oh, and I got the glitch. The glitch is happening. You can't see the crop in the trailer. So basically, when I started this series, the goal was to do a horse farm. Because I knew they weren't worth doing. But the day I started the stream, the mod came out for increasing the value of the horses. So the horse had actually been rather profitable. And also what we try to do here is spend money unwisely, meaning like building houses, constructible houses. If you don't know, you basically don't really gain anything from building the houses because you're putting a lot of material into them to build them. Now, I don't know. Let me just double check. Did they change the way they sell? So if I were to sell, it's $1,000 to put down a house. If I go to sell it, does it count it? No. So it's only worth half of what you put it down for. It doesn't count all the material that you put into it. And you built the house and give you half the value of that. So I put a lot of material in there, and I would only get back $500. So I basically lose $500 just by putting it down, because it cost $1,000 to put it down. And the number of pallets I put in there are planks, long planks, wood beams, cement bricks, and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I lost a lot of money putting these houses down, but we did it just for fun anyways. So let me just double check on the veggie production. Chili peppers and tomatoes. My greenhouses are still running, right? Oh, they need water. They do need water. Alright, no problem. Glad I checked that. Let me just scooch behind the silos. Yeah, they were, also the greenhouse, if you notice, they looked like they were low on manure, which they are, but we don't go through that much manure in the greenhouses. And these greenhouses are also made by Farmer G, which we haven't seen Farmer G pop in for a while. Although I know he, well, it's been a few weeks, but if I remember correctly, his father passed away not long ago, so probably going through some things, but we haven't seen him for a while. Hope he's doing well. Actually, we've got a few regulars that haven't been in for a while. Especially Branding Iron that has not been around. At least I don't think he has, but he could be lurking. I think maybe he ran off. I made him a mod of the chat. And I don't think he's been back since. I think I scared him off or something. Oh, having lights on in the fog, not a great idea. How about if I go in cab? Alright, let me turn the lights off. Oh, lights off are better. Just like in real life. Imagine that. What if I just put on one set of lights? Ah, Branding Iron is here. Lurking and playing Minecraft. Well, hope you two are having fun. People have been asking about you because you've been rather quiet for the past week or so. If you've been here, maybe you haven't been here, I don't know. Alright, top off this greenhouse, and we'll put this right back into the veggie production. Oh wow, yeah, lights in the fog just are not worth it. Okay, that's not helping me out either. I understand when some people say they don't like the fog in Farming Simulator 25. Yes, that is a pain to deal with, like, driving like that. But I kind of like it. But I am weird like that. I kind of like that little bit of stuff. Alright, so at least when we get to January, we start getting to where the days start to get a little bit longer again. Sam's playing in my front yard. Alright. That's why you double check things once in a while. Because I would have forgot about the greenhouses. Alright, as for manure, like I said, they go through about... I forgot how much manure they go through a month, but not a whole lot. I think 1,000 liters per month. I mean, that's good for almost 9 months. That's good for like 20, 22 months. So, yeah. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine-ish. Those are on distribute, right? Distribute, yes. Alright, so that's fine. But I probably should bring some over, maybe. How are we doing here? Did we... Oh, let me, make sure we keep that going. And probably I can do this now, and I'll unload the baler and put that into there. There we go. Oh, I shut the door again. All right, let's go to January. "41 degrees in December. That's warm where I live. I would take that. Let me just double check on the horses. I think they got the food. Yes, we got the food. Took a few days off from the internet. Needed to do that once in a while. You got that right. That's what I'll be doing Wednesday and Thursday, I think. But I always find myself back here checking emails and all that kind of stuff. But it's part of the job, I guess. Alright, so January. Yeah, we'll go sell some stuff. Pay off the loan. And then we won't have no loan for like the third or fourth time. Oh yeah. Well, I better make sure I go down to the chickens. Don't want to forget about moving the eggs. So once the trailer's full, I'll do that. All right. Let's go visit the chickens. Feed trough is still full. Because obviously we got the grain trailer right there to keep this unloading when it needs it. Yeah, actually, tomorrow where I'm going, not only, of course, I'll be outside, but which means I'm away from the internet. I'm also not going to be. I'm going to be in an area that doesn't have any cell phone service, so I'm unplugging. So before Farming Simulator 22, if you didn't run mods for production buildings, winter time was kind of a breeze on through. Oh, or if you didn't have animals to take care of either. You didn't have nothing to do in November, December, January, February. You just kind of just like skip. And then Giant said, we're going to make all the best prices happen in the wintertime. Although I'm just selling all this stuff because we got so much of it. Alright, so that was $280,000 delivery right there. So let's just go ahead, and that way we can kind of keep track of what money is ours. Whoops, got to be there. Special redemption. So 73,795. Wait, just double check. 0. Alright. So, no more loan again. So, the money you see is what we have. I'm guessing we're going to have a... Well, by the time I actually get to March, I'll have like 600 or 700 grand in the bank account. By the time I get to March, that seems about right. Let me go ahead and get these pallets out of here. Oh, I'm on the wrong side of the cage. said that before. Now, of course, I could put all the stuff from the veggie production on direct sell. But if I put on direct sell, being on hard economy, I think I lose 30% of the price. I don't know if anyone's done testing. That's the way it kind of was in 22. If you had things on direct sell, if you were on easy economy, you lost 10%. If you were on normal, you lost 20%, and if you're on hard economy, it was 30% of the sale price. I don't know if that's the same in 25 or not. So that was a quick 107,000, 108,000. For that. Load that up. Did we run out of stone? No, we actually still had 4,000 liters of stones left. But I think I'm at the point again, if productions run out and I forget to do something and we don't earn as much money, I think it's okay. It's not the end of the world here. Geez, I was thinking I might have, when the time I get to March, I might have 600,000 or 700,000. I think that'll be easy to accomplish here because I'm already at 360 and we're only here in January. I approached my sawmill the wrong way. Because of that tree behind you. I say tree, but it's more like a fenced-in tree. Really? You don't want to grab that other one over here? And more money. So we're up over 400 grand in the bank account. Now I was hoping to get the loan paid off by spring. Okay. Paper and carton rolls. that going to be it? Yes, that's it. I mean, that is a lot of paper and carton rolls. And once I sell the furniture, we'll be over $500,000. Waited for that one pallet. Will you take this log now? Yes, you will. Okay. So I don't think I'm going to worry too much about the lumber stuff for the rest of the winter. So cutting down trees and making sure they're running. I think we'll just get through winter and get to spring, and then maybe we'll do some at some point. Alright, so yep, we did get over $500,000, but that was really not a surprise. Alright, so we gotta do the usual stuff. Just double check on the horses and chickens, make sure they got enough feed, which I know the chickens should, but be sure about it. And then we're just going to check the veggie production to see how much carrots, peas, parsnips, red beet. All right, what do we need? So just under 60,000 carrots. I would say 15,000 liters of parsnip peas and 30,000 liters of red beet. So I got the bug where it's not showing the crop in the trailer, but that's fine. It's there. Actually, I'm going to fix that here in just a second. But let me unload first. Alright, if I go to here, go to equipment, reload. Alright, that should have I think that it's going to fix it. I think. It's not red beet. If I go backwards, carrots. And there we go. Now we can see the crop in the grain trailer once again. So like 55,000 liters of carrots will do it. And I think I said 15,000 liters of parsnips and peas. Although we're almost out of peas, which means we won't be able to make peas and carrots. But we'll still be able to use carrots by making box carrots. Although for as much as parsnips as I'm using, I could probably just not top this off like every 2 or 3 months. Alright, so now I gotta go find the... Whoop! There's the peas. Now I'm just gonna fill it all on up. Because I'll put in what it takes now, and then the rest can just go in when I get up in the morning of February. Yeah, horses... Alright, so they're almost adults, but then they're gonna take almost a year to have offspring. So, I mean, there's a slight chance we'll get the offspring. But they got plenty of food, and the chickens are fine, as we know. Alright, just 1,500 liters left on that. Show me I got over 1,000 liters of eggs down there. I just cleaned that out. I thought I did. $7.40. It's almost like it's showing an extra pallet there that I do not see. Yeah, whatever. It's just a pallet of eggs. I think I'm all set for the month. Again, I'm not going to worry about the sawmill and all that kind of stuff with the wood. I mean, I don't have any more loan again, and I already got a $500,000, and we're going to be making like 300 grand a month as it is, so not worried about it. I was going to say, let me check the sale page, but why? If I'm going to buy anything, I'll just buy it new. And I don't know what I would want to buy. I mean, I got enough tractors on the farm now. I think we got 5 or 6. Now, looks like there might be snow on the ground. Alright. Chickens. And there's still got the feed trough is still full, which means the grain trailer still probably has sorghum in it. Alright, well, I want to teleport to the truck, but I'm so used to tabbing, because I didn't have that many vehicles, but now we got a ridiculous amount of vehicles. It's just easier to find it on the map and then jump into it. Alright, we're just going to drop this off right here, and that's right, sell the vegetable stuff. Good night, Uncle John. Enjoy the rest of your Tuesday, and yeah, my next live stream will be on Friday, and if I were to guess right now, it's going to be Forza Horizon. But I appreciate you being here, and enjoy your Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Well, what's left of your Tuesday? I think Uncle John saw the snow and farm sim and said, I don't want nothing to do with snow. And he's booking it out of here. Oh, the snow is making it hard to steer. Alright, this could get a little tricky. Driving in this snow. I thought I turned depth of field off as a preset, but it looks like my depth of field is still turned on. I don't really notice it until it snows. You can see the grass, the circle, I guess they would call it, the sphere around your player. I thought I turned depth of field off. Yeah, you want to turn, please. Don't run into the farmer's market. Maybe I should advance time and just try to get rid of the snow, because it's supposed to be 45 degrees during the day, but there is snow in the forecast. Or just drive slower, but that's not my style. Oh wow, that brought us up to 770,000. So with this next load, that should be pretty close to 90,000 in the bank account coming up. I'm going to put the time scale up to like times 30 for a little bit. See if the temperature doesn't warm up enough to get rid of the snow. Actually, we'll do 240. How about that? Oh, there goes the snow. That's what I wanted. Thank you. It's almost noon, but the snow is disappearing. Remember way back on fresh stocks, when the snow would show up and disappear, it would take about almost 2 to 3 hours for it to disappear. Not in game time, in real time. it would go bracket by bracket in the map. That was kind of painful. That's the map I turned snow accumulation off. It would snow, but I had the accumulation turned off. All right, it's going to be very close, but I think I may come up just short of 900 grand after I sell this. Yep, 889. Well, let me go sell the straw pellets. I wonder if I got enough there to get me up to 900 grand. All I really do with this truck is load pallets and deliver pallets. I almost got 5.5. Well, I got 5.5 hours on it. $898,221. Well, I think what we can call that 900 grand, can't we? I mean, yeah, there's stuff I could sell down in the village, but I don't feel like scrounging around down there just to reach that currently. So I think I was going to leave that stuff right on down there. Sorry, just checking something out here. All right. But I think that is probably going to wrap it up for today. Probably off camera, I'll load up the vegetable production and take care of loading up a few things. So next time that we're here, which will probably be like next Monday or Tuesday, we'll be back here and we'll be starting off like in March. I won't sell anything. I won't sell the stuff from like the veggie production, but I'll get the production loaded, and I'll make sure that maybe I'll even cut some trees down, load up the sawmill or something off camera, because it won't take me too long to do that. But we get prepped. We got the crops growing. So we got our barley. We got one field of wheat, and over the hill, that is wheat. This will be oats. And I do believe it'll give me time to check as well. I think it's rye that gives me straw. And I'll plant rye in the two small fields over here. And again, we're just doing it for straw to... Well, I mean, I got better at it today. It seemed to work better today with the straw pellets. Seemed to work rather well-ish. But not too bad. So yeah, we started the stream with owing the bank just over $1 million. Paid off the loans, and now I have $900,000 in the bank just sitting there, and I don't know of any other foolishly way to spend it currently, but maybe my brain will think of something up in the meantime. Again, just a reminder, I did release a short video today about Project Motor Racing. So if racing is your kind of a sim game, check it out. Like it's a 4 or 5 minute video. That's the game that's being published by Giants, which, if you're not aware, published Farming Simulator 25. So have a look at that. I will have an episode of Shamburgo out for tomorrow. If you're a channel member, you should have access to that already. And I don't have nothing scheduled for Thursday. I'm not streaming Thursday. I will be rather busy. And then Friday, I should be back. And right now, I think I'll be streaming racing on Forza 5 Horizon. I think that's what I'll be doing then. Although I got to check my emails, see if there's anything interesting there. But that's currently my plan. But appreciate everyone being here for some farming on New Hope today. I say farming. Half of the stream was selling simulator. Because we went through the winter months. And this upcoming season, year number 12, this should be our last season on New Hope before Kingley comes out in on the 4th of November, something like that. So, yeah, last farming season here, I do believe. Again, appreciate everyone being here. Enjoy the rest of your Tuesday, your Wednesday, and have a good Thursday. And hopefully I'll see you on Friday. But until then, have a good one.